escuchas? Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? Uno, dos. Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? Uno, dos. Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas? Uno, dos. Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas? Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas? Uno, dos. Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas? Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas? Uno, dos. Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas? Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas? Uno, dos. Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas? Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? Gonzalo, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas? Uno,
escucho. Buenas. ¿Me escucha bien? No escucho nada. Ah, no puedo escribir porque me sale que el chat está deshabilitado. ¿El audio se escucha bien?
Sí, correcto. Vamos a estar a la espera para proceder.
Ah, dele,
Te están
listo, pues.
escuchando en sala, pero estamos
Dele,
listos. Ya
dele.
el audio, te confirmo todo. Pantalla y audio listo.
Listo.
Eh, Solo lee el mensaje en el texto. No, no tienes que responderme, ¿ok? Hola, doctor. Vamos a esperar la presentación, palabras Usted va a estar escuchando el audio, entonces estar atento cuando dicen su nombre, porque primero es la introducción a la conferencia. Igual ya la presentación se está transmitiendo, o sea que ya todo está listo. Pedro no ha venido. Profesor Pedro no ha venido. A las 9 arrancamos. Podemos empezar y después en el intermedio. No te vayas. Dale, que ya el doctor está transmitiendo. Ok. Mm. Sí.
Toda esta semana que celebran la semana del inglés y bueno, tengan ustedes muy buenos días y nuestros saludos cordiales. Gracias.
Thank you. So before begin,
Hi, good morning, Professor Dora Camaño, Vice Director of CRUA, Professor and students. My name is Rogelio Herrera. I'm a doctor in medicine and surgery. First of all, I would like you to thanks to the committee in charge of this academic session for the invitation. My topic today is sexual transmitted disease or STDs, prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. Related to this into two specific aspects. First of all, many of you are entering that stage of life in which sexual activity already began, or you are going to about to. And the second is that you'll probably become teachers very soon, and your kids needs to know about these issues to face life with more responsibility. Um, well, guys, I'm not a native speaker. The last time that I speaking English was in high school, like 9 years ago. So, if I pronunciate a word bad or I forgot some words, please forgive me. It is not my usual standards to speak English every day. But this opportunity presents to me, and I was flattered. So that's why I'm going to start this presentation. Well, the first thing that we need to know is what is an STD. The STD is an infection transmitted through sexual contact. It can be oral, vaginal, or anal, or also can be sprayed by via blood fluid or from mother to child during the birth. The common STDs that we see in medicine are chlamydia, gonorrhea, syphilis, HIV, HIV, HPV, trichomoniasis, and hepatitis B. Why we should care? Why I do this speech for you? Well, the STDs can be asymptomatic. Most of the people doesn't know that they have an STD, and this is an issue for the medics. You might not know that you have one. And the second thing that you should care about is because it's a untreatable disease can be cause of infertility, chronic pain, increased HIV risk, pregnancy complications, and cancer. And also, they can be affect the mental health and the self-esteem of a person. Well, in the epidemiology, I'm going to talk about this common disease. The first one, or the most people is afraid of, is HIV. The prevalence in adults consider grown-ups about 15 years old, is approximately the 0.7 to 0.9%, the highest in Central America. These are epidemiology statistics of Panama. So this is a thing that is highly is 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 very important that you know that we are the country in Central America with the highest prevalence in HIV in adults. Others, over 7,000 people were living with HIV by 2015, and 456 AIDS-related deaths occurred that year. Men represent about the 70% of the cases. Is the largest rate in men who have sex with other men and transgender population. Young impact the age of 15 to 19 made up around the 6.0% of new HIV diagnoses with risk of sexual behavior common in groups. Syphilis in 2021, the highest syphilis rate occurs in the 20 to 24 age group, about 124 but by 1,000 people, followed by 25 to 34 and 15 to 90. 60% of the syphilis cases were in males. Among HIV positive, syphilis prevalence reached 4.7. HPV or human papilloma virus report cases around 2,155 in the early 2000s. And the peak of these cases was in 2010 with 108. The decline to around 92 by 2021. High incidence in age is around 25 to 49 and followed by 25 and 34. About 98% of these cases occur in females. Other STDs in adolescents, in 2015 school-based study in Panama City, this grade found that almost 60.8% of the students were sexual active. And that group, that 60.8%, 24.4% test positive of any STDs. So that's a rate of 1 in 4. 1 in 4 students that are sexual active have an STD. That's a big deal here in Panama. Females had a higher rate with 33.5% males. Sorry for my English. I told you. And the risk factor are 3 times more in lifetime partners and cause sexual activities. Well, the keys that you need to understand about this speech is that STDs disproportionately affect young adults and transgender individuals. Despite decline since early 2010, syphilis and HPV rates remain high. And like I say, adolescents have a prevalence 1 in 4. That's underscoring the need for targeting this disease for prevention and screening. Panama HIV epidemic is concentrated with disproportionate impact of men, especially in MSM, but also spreading among heterosexual adults. What are the symptoms of this disease? Well, the most common symptoms are genital discharge or odor, pain or burning during urination, genital scores, ulcers or warts, itching, rash of or irritation, unusual vaginal bleeding or pelvic pain, swallow, lymph, nose, or fever. If you think that you can have an STD, you need to go to the doctor because it's important. The prevention strategies that in medicine we do is consist of use of condom, because the condoms may use for prevent pregnancy, but the goal of the condoms is to prevent STDs. Regular STD screening, especially in new or multiple partners. If you are sexual active and you have more than one partner, you need to do regular STD screenings. HPV and hepatitis B vaccination. When the pandemic occurred, many people started saying that the vaccines are bad, but vaccines are good. They are tested like 100 years old now, and a lot of the vaccines prevent that we don't have disease like HPV and hepatitis B. Limit number of sexual partners. That's like a sense common, but you need to have only one partner. About sharing needles and personal hygiene items like the toothbrush. You need to have you only. That's why it's called personal hygiene items. If for one person, not for a lot of. Well, testing and diagnosis. STDs can be detected through urine, blood test, and swabs. Many are quick and confidential. That's another thing. If you come to the doctor, we are not going to start to talking about you. That's private. Medical patient confidential is intake. Annual screening recommended for sexual active individuals under 25 or with risk factors. That's why if you are sexual active and you have 16 years old, you need to get a screening because you are in a risk of have an STD. Well, the treatment, this is important. Not all the STDs are curable. Only the bacterial STDs are curable with antibiotics like chlamydia, gonorrhea, and syphilis. But STDs like viral STDs like herpes or HIV are manageable, but doesn't have cure. Viral STDs are a chronic disease. That means that we in medicine can cure that, we can manage the symptoms. We can provide you a good life, but you are going to have this for all of your life until your death. So that's important that you know this, because if you prevented these STDs, we can manage the complications, and you are going to teach to that group that is most attacked for the STDs in the youth. So this is important to inform the sexual partners. If I have a sexual partner and I have an STD, it's my duty to tell my partner that I have an STD, because if I treat myself but I don't treat my partner, is the same thing. You are going to spread the virus or the bacteria. And avoid sexual until treatment is completed and cleared by a doctor. So if you have an STD, you need to avoid sex. Myth and facts. These myths are very popular in our culture. The first one is that STDs only affect certain people. That's not true. STDs can affect all of the people. Other myth is that if I don't have a symptom, I'm safe. If I don't feel anything, it's because I'm right. I'm good. I'm well. Well, not. If you are not if you are sexual active, you can have an STD without symptoms. Another myth is that you can get STDs from oral sex. Most of the young people say that if I only has oral sex, I'm not going to get an STD. That is not true. That's why when you are going to get oral sex with a partner, you need to use a condom. That's why the condoms are for not get pregnancy. The facts, many STDs are silent and dangerous. And other fact is that regular testing and protection works. If we test every year for STDs, we can prevent it, we can treatment, and we can have a sexual good life. Okay, the message that I want that all of you take to home: STDs are common, but preventable and treatable. Stay informed, get tested, and use protection. And the last one is open and honest conversation are key to sexual health. Most of the people uh, most of the time the young ones, like when they have 17, 15, 16, they are afraid to talk about these topics, and we need to start talking about this with the young people, because they are the most affected of all, and we need to start talking about this conversation for our sexual health. Well, feel free to ask any questions. I'm listening. Sorry for my English. I don't listen to anyone.
Good morning.
Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning. Where's your
Well,
name?
my name is Alexis Reyes. Um, a family member shared this information to me
Okay.
to get in this meeting.
Okay.
Everything was so amazing. And also, I am a professional healthcare.
Okay.
It's so interesting to understand everything that you said, that you mentioned. Uh, and I think that is very interesting to hear in other language that information. Um, Everything is completed. All those things that the people need to know is in that information. I think that your English is well.
Thanks. I try my best. Thanks for that words. Yeah, I try to make this speech with all the points. And personally, when I was a kid, my parents didn't talk about these things. And if you see in the presentation, the most common affect group is the young. So it's important that we talk to our young students, family members of this, because they are the most affected. About the 60% of the young are sexually active, and the parents doesn't know about that. So it's important that we proceed to speak with these groups because they are the most affected. Do you have any question, or only you are going to say that I speak well?
No, no, as I mentioned, everything is completed.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. That means a lot for me. I hope that the information um, is going to travel around you, the young people, your families, your members, and your friends, because this is important. It's not another topic of the life. This is an important matter because we are in the red zone with the STDs comparing to other Central American countries. Anyone have another question?
Sure, we have a question now.
Okay.
Okay, hi. Uh, present presentation was very good.
Thanks. Where's your name?
Actually, I'm a professor. This is
Ah,
what
well, what is your name, Professor? Nice to meet you.
porque se Juan.
Juan. Hi. Tell me, what's your question?
My question.
We are having feedback now, okay?
Can you repeat the
No
question?
conversation,
The
the question
internet
to the
connection
point.
is not good.
Okay, this is the question. How do you feel
Okay.
when you have attended
Mm-hmm.
international conferences
Okay.
and the fact that you speak English?
Well, it's
Because what I want to value
uh-huh.
is that to motivate my students how important it is to speak language.
Okay. Well, first, it's a challenge. It's a challenge because you are not a native speaker. It's not your first language, and it's a challenge to talk like 300 uh, students in front of you. I'm not there, but I know that I'm talking with a lot of people. It's a challenge, but it's a good thing. When you start any career, any future, you need to get out of the comfort zone. And one of the things is speak other languages, and it's good for me because in my daily practice, I have patients that are doesn't speak Spanish. They only speak English. So it's important to me to practice. Like I say, my English is from high school, so I need to reinforce that. And I say that for your students that I'm an example that you can do things that you are not common doing, that you can get out of the comfort zone, and that's a good thing because doing this only with the person that speak before you, Professor Juan, that says that was a good lesson, the class. That's all I need because my message is reaching the people, and that's important because of my profession. And your students, they are going to do the same thing when they speak to their kids. They are going to transmit their values, their thoughts, what they studied, their knowledge, and that's good. That's my answer.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
I have a question.
Okay. What's your name?
It's Alexis again.
Oh, Alexei,
Alexis.
how are you? Tell me. You are mute. I don't listen to you.
More questions. Yeah, or we don't have more time.
Hello?
Hi,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Yeah. Now, yeah. Tell me.
Yeah,
Doctor,
my
thank you very
question.
much for your presentation. The time is up. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks to you, everyone. Have a nice day. Bye.
Um, Good morning, everybody. My name is Victor Pinzon Jimenez. Me or benefit me as a again use, most likely the most useful one are going to be in English. Although you got the translations, most of the times when you get translated documents into Spanish, sometimes the meaning or the true meaning of the going to be missed in the translation. Top universities teach English or require English proficiency. Yes, indeed, because most of the universities has the English as a subject, and it is required to pass the subject in order to finalize the career. In what it is about career opportunities, well, it's not a mystery that one of the main requirements when you're going to try and achieve a job interview is either you speak English or you speak a third language. For example, in my case, I had the opportunity when I was in high school, and here I see Professor Juan, who used to teach also in my high school. I had the opportunity to participate in an exchange student in Germany, and it was really hard, but I managed to actually learn some German, not as good as my English, but I learned some German. So people say, why do you need even a third language? Hey, it has come to my office situations in which I thought there was not going to be used to that third language, and it appears that I had at least one or two clients that don't even speak English, because there is nations where you speak German, French, and another third language. So it has been useful in the career development of myself in order to improve, say, my wallet of clients. Yeah, widen jobs prospects in fields like technology, business, healthcare, and tourism. Well, I think it speaks by itself. In the fields of in the fields of technologies, in business, most of the business is actually done in English, or most of the international business are done in English. The healthcare, meaning by, hello, wait, hello. Yeah, we're good. We're not good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Useful.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Like the previous speaker talking about in STDs, I think it was, he got to actually explain, well, in English, importance of a proper sexual health care in young people and the impact that it may have in your life. Increases the chance for promotions and working abroad. Well, once you start in a job and it happens that you know and understand English, most of the times, if you're good at what you do, because it's not only about speaking languages and being really smart, most of the times the jobs require discipline. Once you're disciplined and also have the fact that you know and understand English, it's going to be noticed by your superiors in how to say it, it's going to be noticed by superiors by you being like watched and most likely considered to be promoted into a position in which it requires a full understanding of what you're doing, not only in your native language, but also in English. Obviously, if you get promoted, it means more money. So that's also good. What else? Cultural understanding. Well, access to global media, movie, music, books, and news. A really good tool to actually improve your English, it's not only studying in the university, but also practicing on a daily basis. Most of the people that I hang out with, they ask me, hey, how do you do to actually be so like calm speaking in a second language? Because I try to do it myself, but then I get confused when I think and try to translate in order to communicate. Well, it's not that hard. There is a bunch of movies and songs and poetry and memes or TikToks or whatever you like to see on a daily basis. If you're gonna spend a whole hour scrolling down in yourself looking at some dumb thing, at least try to do it in English. And once you get that, let's say, sentence that it got into your mind, like try to use it as many times as you can in different situations. You can use a word in order to make different sentence, and that means that you're trying to practice the knowledge that you already have. Give me a second. I'm tired. Woo. Okay, promotes cross-cultural communication and awareness. Well, in my experience, what I have, and it's not like I want to be experienced by experience, but it's the only thing that I can do you guys here, besides my job. It's not only about the professional field that it will influence in your learning of the language, but also the social tools that you may have to communicate and get connections around the world. Everybody knows that Panama is a country that is visited by a lot of foreigners and a lot of expats that come and live here in Panama. And you never know when you're going to be in a situation when somebody needs something and it happens and you're there and you're managed to help in some sort of way. That means that you're going to immediately make a connection with that person because you're helping. And you never know, excuse me, and you never know where that connection is going to take you. It's going to either be a really good friendship, a work opportunity. Hey, you never know, even a relationship with a foreign. So that's also good. Health breaks down barriers and build international friendship, like I just previously told. It's gonna break the barrier of being here in Panama and just understand how Panamanians work. Now, once you get to understand another people, you get to understand another cultural being and another cultural way of doing things. So it not only helps you to help another people, but also helps you to grow as a person. So the tools are there. It's just a thing of know how to use them and try to use them actually in a proper and in a good way in order to you being a successful person and a communicative person, for some saying. So yeah, I think those are the cultural understanding, the main facts. Personal development, well, obviously, if you already know how to speak in a second or a third language, the feeling of self-confidence that you guys will have, I don't know how to even describe it. You will feel like, hey, I can communicate with everybody. I can say anything. And obviously, it's not like you're gonna say anything, but you can talk to everybody and feel that you can be useful to do things more than the daily basis thing that you're doing. Enhancing critical thinking and problem solving skills. One of the things that I noticed that I said, now I understand properly, is when I stopped thinking in Spanish to translate into English to then communicate whatever I want to think, whatever I want to say. Once you start practicing enough, in English and you start, let's say, having the skills and the tools to in order to improve your language, your second language, you're gonna start. There's gonna be a point, and then you're gonna start thinking in English. And that moment, you know, you are ready to communicate with pretty much everybody that speaks and understands English as well. Helps in traveling and connection with people worldwide. Well, when you have the opportunity to cruzar el charco, like we say here, you get the, let's say, the feeling that you can communicate with everybody. Once you're out in another country, it's not like you're in Panama, like everybody's gonna understand the way you're doing things. No, it's you gotta accommodate yourself to the situation you're living in. So that means speaking the language will help you to understand how things are done, how things are said, and what things can you not do in another country that will get you in an awkward situation with another person. So that was my point of view on, let's say, the importance of speaking English, a second language, or a third language, if it's possible for you guys. As far as my daily basis work, for me, it was, okay, I graduated as a lawyer. I'm the 2011 lawyer in the country. What I have that is going to be a difference for the other 2,400,000 lawyers that is in Panama. I resigned my job in Panama City and decided, you know what, I'm gonna go to Santiago, I'm gonna try and start from zero. And that's what I did. I came here in 2018 and I had no idea what I was doing because college teaches you the knowledge and it's important to know it. But then the tools to use that knowledge into the daily basis is a whole different story. You gotta not only know the knowledge, let's say that way, but only you have to know how to work. So at the beginning it was really hard, but then I had my first opportunity because there is not too much lawyers here that speak English. I had my first opportunity with a couple of England people that wanted for me to sell a car. And I managed to do it in the exact time and the exact amount of money that I told them it was going to be done. And that couple, that was 7 years ago, that couple opened a whole world of, let's say, new clients that needed some type of services out of me. And it comes all the way from legal representation in, let's say, legal fights, to do wills, succession process, also to make groceries for them. Like it's people that you can, they don't want to come to Santiago and spend the whole day here with the traffic jam, and they call you and say, hey, you know what? I don't want to go there. Can you do my groceries and come here and I'll pay you up? It's money. It's honest money. So why don't do it? So yeah, I think for you guys, what you need to understand is after you guys go out of here in the college, I mean, I'm only 32 years old. It's not like I'm really old. I'm just sharing my experience. Once you go out of here, I think the most important thing that you have to know is that you need to dare yourself to go out there in the field and try. As long as you're being disciplined, honest, and you work hard every day in order to make something out of this profession, the work is gonna get to you, and the time itself is gonna grant you, let's say, the gift of the outcome of being a professional in this field. So I think I'm being really brief here, but actually That's what I was intending here to say. I don't know if anybody has a question. I will be more than glad to answer any type of question that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa, for your work. So now we have 10 minutes to ask questions. So, so here we have the evidence. Once we combine what we learn in class with the daily life interventions, we can experience as he said. Well, hi. First of all, really, I'm glad to be here.
Me too.
I'm Hazel, like so I'm very glad to see you here at the UP in such a great event. So yeah, and I'm really interested to know, do you recommend highly one of the students? I'm sorry, I'm always about to graduate.
Yeah.
And do you mind the student take the BK and graduate or do encourage them to go straight to the law field or translation field? What are the specific the areas that you choose to go into translation or translation and lawyer? What is the base or the most important is that here in Santiago or the same time?
Well, that's really good question. Well, in my experience, I mean, I know Professor Mrs. Nadia. I know her because I've been working previously with her to do official translation. Because although I know understand English, I don't have the skill in order to officially translate documents either from Spanish to English or English to Spanish. I think that's a gap that not too many people is doing. Maybe in the city they are, but in central provinces, people is not taking the opportunity to actually develop as a translator. That being said, I think in the current world is not only one career that you have to try and do. You have to try and complement the English with another matter or another subject that will like connect both of them. And you can offer not only one thing, but actually two. It's not about limiting yourself in one field. It's more about you grab as much as you can from the market in one or two ways. I can suggest this. I mean, there's a bunch of careers that I took up with my law study.
enterprises and have the experience to use our language with this English. So I want to know what advice you give to us. Like, for example, that I don't have any experience, as I'm pretty sure that we don't have.
Okay. Dare yourself to go try to get a job. Like actually try every day. It's not that complicated. It's actually the fact that if you're learning here how to speak English, do not limit yourself just to speak English while you're here. You know, it's like I was gonna say, no, yeah, he's speaking English, you think he knows better than everybody. Well, you do. You do know another language. So don't be afraid and don't be ashamed to share or touch your databases in order to grow yourself as a professional. So my main advice would be dare yourself to practice, dare yourself to try, and be disciplined about what you're doing, and I'm 100% sure you're gonna get something out of it. Good. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's say, things that are cool. So bad. So when you want to be, you want to get out of it. So that's being a professional, being somebody is enough for you to not only in English, frequencies, but pretty much in every profession. It's I think one of the main things that you need to have. Yeah, discipline all the time. I'm a human being. I do perfect. Sometimes I don't want to wake up and I don't even want to go to class, but I have to go to class. So it's about discipline and the intention of you to be better professional practice. And try to do whatever you're doing in your day-to-day basis and whatever you're doing. So yeah. And yeah, always thinking about money, like money is well, it drives you well when you think about it. Okay. Hey, I want to go before saying thank you very much to the faculty and actually my home is to be a lawyer here, a professor here, and special thanks to Professor Alia and to Victoria, which is I don't know what she is, but she was in the invite. So thank you.
Don't go, because it's time to deliver your certificate. We go, Nora Martinez, Professor Nora. This one. Hi, yes. Wait.
Vamos a abrir la presentación.
Okay, so we can agree that having important people sharing their knowledge is priceless. If we have confidence in ourselves and if we are brave to ask, participate, we can achieve great things. Now we have another speaker. Good. Thank you for participating and speaking, giving us your language, your knowledge. Continuing with this conference, we have Magister Dalis Gonzalez with the topic Beyond Borders, how English fluency transforms international business careers. Migdalis Gonzalez is a professional with expertise in international business and advanced English proficiency, with an emphasis on translation, as well as a master's in higher education teaching and an MBA in marketing. Her international experience includes a year and a half in an AU4 America program and professional work at the 1Q call center, where she developed cross-cultural communication skills and applied her bilingual abilities in the business setting. So let's hear her. Okay. Thank you. Well. Well, good morning, presented authorities, distinguished professors and students and public in general. I am pleased to share with you the topic, how English fluency transforms international business careers. Although Mr. Pinson kind of like explain my whole topic, I'm gonna try to fill you up with a little details about the business. So let's start with the fact that it was here already, but a little bit more. Do you know that 1.5 billion of people speak English worldwide, and that 90% of Fortune 500 companies use English as their language for international communications? Well, this is a very important fact because only 5% of the people worldwide speak English in the world, are like native speakers in English. And well, let me tell you something. English is like the key for your future self. I would like to share a little bit of my experience and what changed my perspective. A few years ago, I was part of a program. I participated in an international program called Out in America, where I have to live in the US for a year and a half. And I live with an American family that spoke only in English. So what started as a daily challenge for me, it developed into my turning point. And it gives me insight into how this skill can transform your professional possibilities beyond traditional business roles. So today I would like to share with you 3 important key insights that would be my journey, a little brief of my journey on English fluency, also how English has developed or has been like the most important language in business, and finally, how you can develop your business level, your English business level. So let's start with it. A lot of people start like we have the starting point and then we have the turning point. Can I? just like you. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so yeah, everybody has a turning point and has a starting point and a turning point, like everybody. There we go. Okay, we have the starting point is how we start with an English development. Like everybody, I started in a classroom in school. I was passing tests, I was doing homework. But then I realized that my English in school is totally different to the English that you know in your professional life, in your daily life. And like to speak like fluently, you need a different type of skill. So we have different stages that we can do to get into that point. Like for me, the first one was to contextual immersion through entertainment and passion. Like I always love to listen to English music or watching TV shows in English, and I watch them with subtitles. That kind of immersion first gives you the motivation to study English. And then it also gives you this type of like vocabulary that even without you realizing it, you're seeing words in Spanish, but you're connecting those words with the one that listening, and that is going to transform your listening skills. Then we go to another stage that would be combining academic and professional practice. So after I came back from the program I told you before, I enrolled international business. And at the same time, I was working in contact in a call center that was fully in English. So while in the morning I was working in this contact center, I was developing my professional skills in English, my professional language, say it like that. And at night, I was developing my business theory at the university, and that helped me a lot to develop more vocabulary and started to learn the fluency of English. Then we go to the point that most of people are afraid of, that are embracing mistakes to startup. People are scared of talking in English, mostly not because they don't know the language, but because they are afraid that they're going to make any mistakes when they're talking. No, I don't want to talk to him because he's going to think I don't know the language, probably going to make any mistakes when I'm saying the verb or like the grammar structure. You can make mistakes. In that way, you're going to learn. You don't know if that person that you're talking to is going to help you to improve your language. That happened to me in the program. I was living with a family that only spoke in English, and I was making mistakes. My English wasn't that good when I went there. And it helped me a lot. Even I had to take care of kids. Even the kids corrected me when I was talking
you for your participation. We're speaking of ADHD, early development, how does ADHD looks, because it's not looking the same in everyone, diagnosis, support, and resources for teachers. Okay, now let's take a closer look at how ADHD is officially defined. According to the DSM-5, which stands for Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorder, 5th edition. ADHD, the DSM-5 is the primary tool used by doctors or pediatricians or professionals of mental disorders to diagnose, treat, and guide patients through all these conditions. ADHD as a neurodevelopmental disorder. This means it affects how the brain works, grows, and develops, particularly in areas related to attention, impulse, and self-control. This one, self-control regulation, is going to be very important throughout the whole presentation. It's marked by persistent symptoms of attention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. Some people have symptoms of inattention, others can have symptoms of hyperactivity, or they can have all the symptoms together. This thing can actually interfere with daily life, with school, and even with work balance and work performance. Talking about prevalence, in Panama City, a 2011 study examined that ADHD in children aged from 6 to 12 found out that 7.4% of them met the diagnostic criteria. This includes 1.8% dominantly attentive, 1% dominantly hyperactive, and 2% the point presentation. There is a lot of underdiagnosed and stigma around this illness. Many children with ADHD symptoms were not identified or referred to a specialty medical field. And cultural stigma is limited recognition may contribute to this gap. We have a related comparison. The same 0.1% is lower than neighboring countries, but it still meets the global average. Now talking about types of ADHD, we have three main types. We have predominantly inattentive presentation. We have predominantly hyperactive impulsive presentation. And we have combined presentation. Talking about predominantly inattentive presentation, I really want to say that ADHD is not one size fits all according to the DSM-5 again. So predominantly in attentive presentation, we can have difficulty sustaining attention. These kids are definitely easily distracted. We have kids with careless mistakes with not listening and being easily distracted. Predominantly hyperactive and impulsive presentations, they fidget or have this square movement. Fidgeting is something that I guess we all do, is when you are unconsciously moving your feet. And squaring is like these movements that are produced by kind of like nervousness. And we have combined presentation, that is both attentive and hyperactive. This is the most common type because it includes all of the symptoms. These students often get labeled as lazy or non-good students when they are actually struggling to be. The most common, as I said, is combined presentation. A student with this type of issue have trouble concentrating, have trouble staying seated, forget or lose things, interrupt and talk too much. They have challenges in school settings because it involves symptoms across both domains. Understanding this type of symptoms can help us respond as teachers or as doctors can help us respond more efficiently to this kind of diseases. Some students may need help staying tasks, others may need more strategies to manage physical restlessness. Okay. And well, we're now going to talk about early signs in ADHD in the classroom. I think this one is very important to you guys because you're going to be future teachers. So recognizing these kind of signs will definitely help you to guide your students more effectively through the whole school year. In attention, as I say, a student seems frequently daydreaming or appears to be mentally checked out. They just don't follow multi-step instructions. Here's the thing about ADHD. It is affecting how your brain works, right? So children or adults with this kind of disease, they don't know how to follow huge instructions. So you have to like digest the information and give them the less possible. They don't. They often forget assignments, materials, or homeworks. They lose his pencils, books. They have this problem about memory, but we're not talking about long-term memory. You can actually ask them what were they wearing in their last birthday, and they're gonna remember. But if you ask them what did they eat last night, not gonna remember it. Our work is rushed or full with careless mistakes. Hyperactivity. This, I think you guys are gonna recognize this type more often because we all know kids like this. They leave seats repeatedly, even when they are expected to be seated. They fidget with hands, feet, or objects constantly. They have trouble sitting still during road time or quiet work, and appears to be on the go. They always appear to be on the go or driven by a motor. In the impulsivity type, they blurt out answers before the question is finished. This is a very typical thing that they do. And they interrupt the teacher, they interrupt the classmate, they have difficulty waiting during activities, during group work and stuff, and they speak out, turn or dominate class discussions. Because this type of students, they love to talk and talk and talk. So basically, it's to remember that these figures have to be constantly and interfering, not occasional. I know that while I'm talking, you guys must be thinking like, hey, I do have this, I do have that. Because ADHD symptoms are not, the question is not, does this ever happen to me? It's when and how often, because we all experiment this at any point of our lives. But it's the key is how often and if it's affecting my work life or my school life. ADHD looks the same for everyone. Well, anyone can have ADHD. However, boys and men tend to display more hyperactive and impulsive symptoms, and whether girls will be more of like on inattentive type. ADHD can also be diagnosed at any age, although symptoms begun in early childhood. They need to be diagnosed. To be diagnosed, it needs to be before age 12. Children usually show hyperactivity and impulsivity. These are the most common symptoms. As an academic and a social demands increases, symptoms of inattention often becomes prominent and becomes to interfere with academic performance and personal relationships. Adolescents, they usually show less hyperactivity and appear restless or fidgeting, symptoms of inattention and impulsivity. They can cause academic, organizational, or relationship challenges. Teens with ADHD are likely to engage in impulsive, risky behaviors such as substance use and unsafe sexual activity. I'm gonna be talking at the end about a little bit of treatment. I didn't focus my speak today in that because you're not gonna actually treat your students, but it's a very important thing to have present. Diagnosis. Who can actually diagnose? Well, let's talk about how ADHD is diagnosed first and what we can do to support our students once they have been identified. First, it's important to know that teachers don't diagnose ADHD, but you guys are often the first one to actually notice early symptoms. And this is the key right here. Because, I mean, you guys are already teachers one day. So we should work like a team, you guys and healthcare workers. Why? Because you are actually more present in the life than most of their parents, because you know they work, they get home tired, they have stuff to do. So it's you guys that are always with them and that can professionals like pediatricians, psychiatrists are the ones who can diagnose that. They can make a formal diagnosis and a formal treatment. Teachers cannot displace, but they, as I say, play a critical role in observing and documenting behaviors. According to the DSM-5, symptoms start before the age of 12. This is very important. Symptoms must last at least 6 months. As I said before, it is not if this ever happened to me, it's how often. Because you have a totally normal kid, good grades, and the kid may have a situation at home that will cause him to be fidgeting, to be having nervous movement. That doesn't mean he has ADHD. Kids with ADHD, this symptom persistent and it actually affects their performance. It's very important to say ADHD has nothing to do with intelligence. You can have brilliant kids with good grades that are affected by this. And this will eventually end up affecting their grades. That's why it's very important to catch these symptoms as teachers and to refer these kids to a specialist. Another criteria, as I say, must be observed in 2 or more settings. The kids with ADHD would have ADHD at home, at school, at church, etc. It's always present and must cause significant impairment in academic and social functioning. This is another very important thing. This affects social relationships so bad because these kids are impulsive, very impulsive. Their filter, how do I say this? The part of the brain that helps us filters thoughts and actions is not developed in them. So everything that comes to the mind is gonna eventually come out of the mouth. And this can be a really big problem. I think it's gonna be a bigger problem in adulthood than in childhood, but it's a problem. Okay, supporting the classroom. I think this is very, very important to you guys. And well, a student with ADHD don't need just patience. They need structures and they need tools that match how the brain works best. Because the ADHD it's not like how I'm gonna make this kid good. No, it's asking how can I work with what I have? Because they have, I mean, they are normal kids, but with little brain stuff going on. So you have to get what they are good at and work with that. Let's start with academic accommodation. You can have them preferential seating. Better if they are close to you, better if they are moved away from a window or from a door that they can be distracted with. You can give them extra time on tests and assignments because, as I said before, they really struggle with time. They really struggle with due dates. Instruction broken into smaller steps because they cannot process long instructions. And use of visual schedules or checklists. This can be very helpful for them. Talking about behavioral strategies, positive reinforcements and reward systems. You can put little stars in their head whenever they do something right, or at least be aware of whenever they do something, congratulate them. This can make a very huge difference. Short, clear, and consistent rules. Consistency is another very important part of how to deal with a kid with ADHD. And we can have timers or signals to improve transition and focus, and we can have movement breaks and sensory tools. These little things that were very trendy, I think like 2 years ago, that had little dots in them and that will like swirl around, that can be helpful for them. This is any kind of sensory tool. And a school-based support plans, collaboration with school psychologists or special education staff and family is very essential for this. We have resources for teachers. Ministry of Education, have made efforts to provide and promote inclusive education through training and policy. When I was in high school or when I was in primary school, we didn't have any special education. Now I think it's more common. Department of Social, Special and Inclusive Education provides some guidance, although ADHD is not that specific. Some training models or manuals may exist, and it includes 4 inclusive classroom practices. Here you have a website, and you go to the website. And sources for teachers, non-governmental organizations as Fundación Soy Capaz focuses on neurodiversity and provides workshops for parents and sometimes for educators. This is, well, I'm not good. I wanted to talk a little bit about treatment. As I said before, you guys are not going to be treating your students, but it's very important to know something about treatment. As medical providers or healthcare providers, we treat ADHD with amphetamines. I don't know if you guys have ever heard about amphetamines. Amphetamines are a very strong drug that, given in specific doses, they are not going to create dependency. But I don't think any parent here would like to have their kid in amphetamines such as Adderall, Ritalin, or Dextrotax. I mean, this is very strong drugs. So how can we avoid getting to that point? Working hand with families, teachers, and students. So as you guys always them in the classroom after this presentation, I hope you may be able to spot this kind of symptoms and to refer them. You have no idea how many kids in the hospital with their teachers. Not with mom, not with dad, but with teachers or with the psychology because the kid is misbehaving and is doing bad things, and we gave them psychotherapy and they can live a happy life. It's very important to catch these symptoms and refer these kids because we're talking about kids here, but ADHD has no cure, so eventually these kids are gonna be adults. And ADHD in early childhood, the kid doesn't know what he has. But as an adult, when the society keeps, asking more of you, giving more responsibilities to you, then you're gonna start to actually really struggle. So that's when it comes to the picture. Substance uses are behaviors that are actually dangerous for you and for all of us. So I actually encourage you guys to read about it, educate yourself about this. At the end of the day, you're gonna end up working with people. And working with people is not an easy job. It's not an easy job. It requires a lot of practice. It requires a lot of education, and it requires a lot of stress. We are dealing with the future of our country. We're dealing with kids that would one day be doctors or policemen, and mental health nowadays is getting more and more the importance that it deserves. So this is everything for my presentation. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Villarreal. I consider that your information was very interesting, and I know most of our public have questions. So I remind to the audience that ask 2 questions.
Hi, congratulations for your information. And my question is, what is the principal cause of the disease illness? Just the genetic or just the mental disorder?
Well, ADHD, thank you for your question. ADHD has a lot of research going on around this topic, and we realize that genetics play a huge role in ADHD. Almost 80% are 80% possibility that if your mom or your dad had ADHD, then you would have it. And even if your mom or dad don't, maybe you have a grandparent or a brother or a sister or an uncle that has the disease. And there is another aspect such as substance consumed during pregnancy, and we have something called problems during labor. Whenever the kid cannot go through the vaginal and they stay like quite a bit longer than that expected, this can cause ADHD too. And it can be influenced by an environment too. The most common case is genetics. Genetics play a huge
maybe as that and some of our co-workers, we feel have to. There any ways you can get.
I can give you guys some alcohol.
Thank you. So there is nothing you can do.
Yeah, there is psychotherapy. You can do, like you can actually go to a psychiatrist. They will really help you guys.
I have a question. What do you mean with something who has ADHD? What are the suggestions to try this illness?
To treat the illness. Well, as teachers or as someone who's suffering from it. As someone who's suffering from it or as teachers. Okay, as someone who's suffering from it as an adult, I really recommend seeking medical advice. It's the first because that's what I should tell all of you guys. Only seek for medical advice. But second, learn about your ailments. Go to Google, go to ChatGPT, I don't know, and learn about what you have. Because the first thing that you have to do is actually learn about your illness. Once you learn about your illness, you can actually make little steps towards getting better. Because let me tell you something. When you have ADHD, that it comes to a point where you cannot actually function. You cannot go to university. You cannot go to work. Then you can give you medicine. But medicine works like this. I have glasses because I cannot see. If I take them out, I'm not able to see your faces. But if I put them on, I can see all of your faces. So this is how medicine works. If I give you a pill, then you can go to work, you can come to the school and stuff. But if I take you out of the field, then you're gonna be basically back to where you started. So this is very important. And once again, we're talking about high drugs here. We're talking about alcohol that are tough. So that can cause dependence at some point in your life. So what we can actually do to help ourselves is educate ourselves. Educating yourself will teach you how to be better. For example, I was suffering from anxiety, so I know that putting myself in front of all of you guys, it's going to make me feel anxious to the point that I will throw up if I avoid doing that. But that's because I actually learn about my issues. So learning about your sickness, learning about your disabilities will actually help you to realize how can you feel better, how can you feel successful, how can you actually work better as an adult. One thing about ADHD people is that they cannot cope with time. If you have a due date at, let's say, you have a presentation due next month, so you have a whole month to prepare yourself to give a great presentation. You don't get the motivation to do it. You have to wait until this actually due date tomorrow to start doing like in a rush and being stressed about. So learning, okay, this is because I have ADHD. So now I'm gonna force myself to actually be on time. I'm gonna force myself I'm gonna put it some words to remind me that I have to do the work, because if I let it to my mind, then it's gonna be the day before that I'm gonna be very stressed out because I'm having to do tomorrow and how I'm gonna think. So that's my best advice. First, seeking medical attention, because therapy can work wonders. Therapy can help you a lot. And second of all, learning about your illness is going to help you again a lot in how to deal with this disorder. Thank you.
Can you go back to the presentation for the symptoms?
Okay.
So, right there. No, that one, I mean the symptom. Yeah, right there. Because I applied for the second one, I corrected, and I want to believe that I applied for the three symptoms, the three last one, but I would like you to explain me a little bit the one thing you said, but I didn't get it. To know if I applied for the program. And this is just for you to be my students to say I'm sorry. Maybe I'm excessive talking, that's me, so I'm sorry. I can't stay seated. As you can see, I never see me sitting the desk because maybe and